slide my tandems, but looks like all the air went out of the reservoir while they were loading me, so I will have to let it build up first. It's alright, I can make a title for my video and make it public once, while I'm waiting on that. Warden, Washington to, I don't know, we'll just say Ontario, Oregon. I'm taking a wild guess at where I'm gonna stop. I don't know how many miles I've got to run, but alright. So gotta wait on the air pressure to build up in my trailer air reservoir, and then I can slide my tandems back where I want them. Not like this because I don't know where to put it. I don't have this right there, but I usually like to keep a water bottle there, so. Still building up the air. Watching this duck over here, it's kind of looks like he's looking for food or something. More air in the system, so I can definitely slide the tandems where I want them. About where I want them to be now. California hole. So all I have to do is back up just a little bit and then pencil lock in place where I want them. Okay. Turn around and go check out. I just walked across the railroad tracks over to the shipping offices right there. That's all right. double check. Wait on this pickup to go by on the right side first. They have a 55 limit, so well, now I got another pickup on the left. What's up, Andy? How you feeling? Assume not that great. I saw your post earlier. Part shipper 0625, we'll say 0753. This should be negative 10. Yes. Negative 10 start stop. I'm sure these are French fries. Description, oh, it just says potatoes though. 3/8 by 3/8 by 3/4 potatoes. What else do you do with frozen potatoes besides make French fries, though? I don't know. So I'm assuming these are. I'll just say frozen potatoes. So it doesn't specifically say that they're fries, but. I would assume they're French fries, but yeah, that's an idea. Could be tater tots too. 12211. Where's my BOL? Color is 976630. Pretty heavy load from what this says, 43,875. We'll say 27 pallets. Somewhere. Got 3/8 left on fuel. Alright, now I gotta figure out how far away I am because I'm gonna be way early with this load. I want to get rid of this load and just put it in someone else's hands somewhere along the way. Maybe not coming, maybe not out here, because I have about had me enough of Washington right now. Alright, so from here to, come on. Oh yeah, shit. Alright, Cloverleaf, cold storage. Missouri. Andy knows that place. I've been there before too. Oh, can't take that way. How about? Alright, looks like 1,725 miles. No, I'll take 82 across. It wants me to take US 12 and US 730 over in a Stanfield, which I could do, but I've been through there before and I think getting on 82 is a quicker route. Alright, so we'll just say 1725. Be able to do this in 3 shifts. So today's the 25th. It's about 10 a.m. This is receiver time. Okay, I can get it there by maybe 11 or so in the morning on the 27th. So I'll put I'll put about noon just to be sure. San Bernardino Yard, Fort Worth, no, none of those apply. Maybe Sepulpa, but I think that's even out of the way. I don't think any of the drop yards are really a good option. And I don't want to be doing another 34. I just did a 34. I don't need another one. At least I'm flat. Alright. So we'll get rolling and let me pull on my EFS app so I can see if there's anywhere worth stopping for fuel. I might just do Space Age Travel Center. Yeah, I think I can reach it. I'm gonna double check though. If I can at least get to Stanfield where the pilot is there, I'll go for that too. Prices along the way from here to Stanfield. Ooh, $1.89 down there. I think that's probably Space Age too. Yep, $1.89 at Space Age Travel Center. So, just I know where I'm getting my fuel from. But I'm gonna. Okay, it's $2.19 a gallon at the pilot in Stanfield. So, 205. Yeah, we'll do Space Age. Let me get moving first and then call me. Alright. I'm going to probably have the display off at certain for actually a decent amount of the time here because I'm going to have the sun in my face and that tends to make the phone run hot. I'm going to guess that's my son calling on my wife's phone, but call me when I'm not busy. When I'm driving, when I'm driving down the interstate, it's a good time. When I'm busy trying to get out of here and trying to get 2 highways, it's not a good time to call me. I'm going to take this to the west over to Highway 17 or whatever that highway is over there. And I can take that down over to US 395. Take 395 down to the Tri-Cities area and get on to 82 and 84 from over there. Scale my load. They have a scale there, but it looks like it's only a full truck scale. I didn't see that it had at least it didn't look like the kind of scale that could get axle weights. Definitely a little on the heavy side. Pallet, it's not right at the back of the trailer, so I can't imagine having any scale problems, especially when it's going to Missouri, and not a single state I'm going through has any concern about where my axles, where my tandems are at. I can have my tandems all the way back if I want to, all the way to Missouri and be totally legal. Probably slide them back a little bit to be sure. So I only have a little bit over 60 psi on my indicating on my gauge, and normally I'd be right at the max for a Freightliner, maybe even a Kenworth, but for my truck, usually 70 psi is where I want to be for 34,000 pounds. That guy's not running on the other side of the street like you're supposed to be doing. General rule is when you're on a bike, you go with the flow of traffic, and when you're on foot, you're supposed to go against the flow of traffic. This can't be Highway 17 already. I thought it is 17, alright. I thought I was going to have to go further west to get to 17. Interesting. 34 for diesel there. I think that's cross traffic does not stop. Clear after this pickup here. Here. Look like 59 miles to Pasco. Othello, 12 miles. I've been there before. For what else? French fry loads. I got 2 new messages.
Day at 8:01.
I just got through loading out right at 10 a.m. Piss off. My doors haven't been closed long enough. You guys can wait.
Message
Morning, Charles.
14. Important received today at 8:05 a.m. Got your 41 cent out, Scott.
Alright, so now Charlie should know that I'm available for swaps. Charlie, her name is, it's a woman named Charlie Brown. She's actually our swap lady. Basically, that's all she does is look for people to swap other trucks with. Anybody who needs help with their loads or trying to get home or whatever, that's what she tends to work with. Gosh, I think a guy named Rob handles the home time guys. And then Charlie just handles other swaps normally. Yeah, dispatchers can also be involved in that, but they have like 50 trucks, 50 plus trucks to look at usually, and don't always have time to try to find a swap for a particular driver, whereas a swap guru can specifically look for people who are looking for swaps or need swaps, and try to find people who are available for swaps to swap them out with. Morning, Linda. of this highway that I'm going to be on in a second. Someone was hauling ass up that hill. Oh, you're at the rest area by Las Cruces, huh? I don't know what the big ass Roadrunner sculpture. Alright, see you, Linda. End up stopping at this and the Flying J in Pasco. Not a fan of stopping there, but I will if I can't remember. Peter Jammer's a truck stop over in the Yakima area. Somebody I know is actually going to be picking up in Yakima this afternoon. Morning, Lord. Herman Road. Alright, for any way station closed. Awesome. For anybody just more recently tuning in, I'm on southbound Washington State Route 17, heading toward US 395. This is south, and I'm south of Warden. I would say southwest of Warden, actually. Sutton Road. Foundation. Why am I not surprised Monsanto's involved here again? Because they do a lot of chemicals for agricultural products. About 50 miles to go to get to Pasco. Fellow truck route, that's right.
12 hours and 32 minutes of remaining drive time.
So that means I wasn't even in that dock door for half an hour before I moved. I've stopped at that Exxon before. Looks kind of familiar.
PNG.com, yesterday. San Bernardino allegedly pointed a handgun at Deputy AM. A deputy from the Victorville Police Department responded to the date when the deputy attempted to contact the driver, later determined to be 31-year-old Skylar Young. He fled, and a pursuit ensued. Young traveled through Victorville and eventually entered the southbound Interstate 15, traveling at a high rate of speed. The pursuit ended on the westbound 210 freeway, just west of the 215 interchange, after the vehicle spun out and came to rest facing the opposite direction.
Yeah, sounds like
Young exited the vehicle and within moments turned toward deputies, pointed a handgun at them, and a deputy-involved shooting occurred. Deputies immediately provided medical aid until paramedics arrived and Young was transported to a local hospital, stated the release. No deputies were injured during the incident. Young was the sole occupant of the vehicle and his is ongoing, and anyone with information, or anyone who witnessed the division at opening parenthesis 909 closing parenthesis 387-3589. Callers can remain anonymous and contact WEDP at 800-78-CRIME or to follow updates to this article and more, join our news group on Facebook with over 140,000 members, like our Facebook page, and follow on Instagram.
Should be about 15 miles to go to 395. Scrutiny Road. Scrutiny Road, whatever you want to call it. Look at all these potato trucks coming the other way. Glasgow, 39 miles. S&D Orchards. The Booker Road. Hello. How you doing? Cool. Does he like it? Excellent. What are you guys doing? I noticed. How early did you get up? 5:15. What the hell are you guys getting up that early for? 5:15 is what time I got up. I got up because I had to go pick my load up. Mm-hmm. Just going to Chillicothe, Missouri. Mm-hmm. Yep, about 1,800 miles total. Yep. No, I don't take a. I won't be there until Saturday. Yeah, I'll be there Saturday. Nope. I'm I'm driving my truck right now. Yep. Nope. I'm streaming. Yeah, I was on the phone though when I think I was busy when you guys did it. And then when you tried to call me earlier, I was also busy. I don't I don't do phone calls when when I'm looking for roads I'm not familiar with. And as general rule, if I'm not on the interstate, I usually don't talk on the phone either. They tried to hit you? Why? What? Okay. Okay. No. What? Christian hit you this morning? Trying to hit you? Why? Okay, you know the rule. You guys, one, no hitting. Two, you guys know the rule. You guys take turns. So one of you guys do a load on it, and then you switch and let the other one do the next load. And you just take turns doing loads, okay? You guys understand? Bradley too? Okay. If we had two computers in the house that where I could have you guys both playing together, I'd let you, but man, you guys would be able to do it, but I don't. So with only one computer, you guys are gonna have to take turns, all right? All right. And Christian, say, not being able to play is not an excuse to hit them. You understand? You don't hit. If you have a problem with it, let Dora or me know that you're having a problem with something. You don't go hitting people. All right? Keep your hands to yourself. I'm gonna be driving all day. Yeah, I'll be driving all day long. Because I gotta get my load toward Missouri. Because that's where it's going to, is the customer in Missouri. Yeah, I'm gonna deliver my load in Missouri, or well, hopefully I'll swap off of it somewhere. What? Okay. Bye, love you. I don't know that Jesse Wyatt is on here still. I know he was on here earlier. I don't know if he's still on though. Give him a call. Hello, say hello to my stinky friend. Hey, just because you showered doesn't mean you aren't stinky. Where are you guys at? Like Arizona or New Mexico? Oh, damn, man, you guys don't waste any time covering distance. That is true. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. You were saying that one's going to Fresno or something. But you're gonna drop it in the yard. Brilliant. 6% grade, 1.5 mile already. Yeah, I'm already rolling toward Pasco. Yeah, well, the load's going to Chillicothe, Missouri, but I'm basically taking Highway 17 down to 395. Yeah, I get a feeling it's a pay on demand kind of yard though, where because I know they don't like us using it more than absolutely necessary. Oh man, that's probably why too. Yeah, I know there's like a repair shop, whatever there. Cedar England actually uses the same place as a drop yard, and believe it or not, I've never used that yard with either company. He is a couple miles away from his receiver over in South Carolina. Yeah, he delivers there this afternoon to Walmart DC, and then picks up tomorrow in Harrisonburg, Virginia. I've been up there. Have you? Yeah, I want to say it's a chicken plant. Like, 'cause I've been up to Harrisonburg because that's off of I-81. If I remember right, not too far out of Pennsylvania. Yeah, and I remember, yeah, over on I think it's just east of US 11. Okay. All right. Getting on 395 now. Southbound toward Pasco. No. No, I have hours to work with this time, and I want to swap. I want to be in a spot to swap, so I definitely want to be where all the other JCT traffic is. Ah. So my stream the other day was the first time you ever saw it without snow. That's hard to believe. Well, then again, this maybe not. It's not like okay. All right. US 12 and 182, 23 miles away. You're in Sayer? Oh, exit 20. So you'll be at the yard in about 3.5 hours. Brilliant. Yes, actually, I just played it on my voice reader here on my stream. Turned out it was a guy, a police chase that started in Victorville, but not too far from me. They ended up going high speed down the 15 freeway and apparently 215. Somehow ended up on the westbound side of 210 and just on the just west of the interchange that you guys were trying to use. I guess the chase ended there, and the guy got out of the car and reportedly tried to point a gun at the cops. So he took the asphalt temperature challenge. Actually, I don't know. Yeah, I guess vehicle in the neighborhood. He took off. Hey, food before? I have to introduce you to that. You up by our houses, and I've been there several times. Tell you what, and the one that yeah, it's usually either a noodle like you have depending on what you get, it might like I usually get pods. They tend to make it spicy too. They like putting chili sauce in and whatever else. Time it's really spicy. They'll usually ask you like on a scale of 1 to 5, how spicy do you want it? Uh, sometimes, yeah. Some they have some not overwhelming. All right. Uh-huh. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, you know it's good and hot when my nose is running and stuff like that. If I have to blow my nose and I'm sweating, then that's good. Uh, all right. So one of these days when you guys are coming through there, when I'm there, we'll check. We'll take you guys there. And you've seen where I park my truck, right? Oh, exit 148. No, you know where Bear Valley Road is, where the Victor Valley Mall and all that are at. Okay, the next exit north. It's only like a mile away from that one. You get off there, and you take Nisqually Road all the way to the east, yeah, and then it dead ends into an industrial park. That's where I park. But I can't blame him over that. It's from what it sounded like they didn't have shit for loads available yesterday, and then the load I did get, I only got because some other truck was supposed to pick it up, and I guess they dropped off for some reason. But it had a breakdown or they quit or something. Well, it's better than sitting. But then I still sat because they got moving right away. 'Cause they said, well, yeah, 'cause it was a 1300 pickup, and they told me like at 12. They gave me the pre-plan at 12:45, and yeah, guys, it's like 95 miles away from here, or actually 100 miles away. Uh, yeah, and then I find out that the shipper closes at 1500. So I said, yeah, they want you to just show up first thing in the morning at 7. So okay, well that sucked. I drove like 65 miles. Just basically, I got myself closer to the shipper, and I would have actually gotten all the way to the shipper if I knew there was somewhere to park over there, but I couldn't tell. Google reviews didn't help. Not really. I mean, maybe there is, but it's not. There's not a lot to work with there. Got a way station coming up. I don't know if it's open though. I don't think it is. I didn't see any sign. Well, the signs, I didn't see anything saying whether it's open or closed yet. Uh, I do and don't like it. I guess in some ways it's not bad, and in other ways I don't like it. Why? Really? Yeah, most of the time I either get bypass or or the ones that tells me that they pull in, basically follow road signs or pull in unless closed. Usually those ones that have road signs also, and the road signs tell me I can bypass. I'm like, okay, the road sign says I can bypass. I'm bypassing. Oh, the Cajon Pascals. I usually when I go by the Cajon Pascals, they're always closed, or even if just temporarily closed because maybe they have too many trucks coming in or something. Cajon, yeah, like Cajones. Just don't ask Cody how he pronounces that place though. Oh no, absolutely ask him. Yeah, I always get a laugh at how people butcher California names. Which one? That's correct. Yeah, but I think I've heard two people, both my trainer and Cody. I think I know my trainer did it, and I don't know about. I think Cody might have been the other one who called it Salinas. And and Dora and I were freaking laughing our butts off about it. Well, like La Quinta, we talked about that yesterday. I think you said La Quinta. Yeah. Hilarious. Oh, it's hilarious. Yeah, I, I don't really care. Man, I've actually done fireworks shows on the fourth before, but no, I usually just rather be out making money. I'm sure they have more interest in fireworks than I do, except for Christian, my 14-year-old. Yeah, he tends to be more. He doesn't like the sound from the fireworks, so they tend to bother him, especially in the summertime when conditions are likely to be driest. Yeah, yeah. It depends on the area. Like if you're like in San Bernardino, mm, Now they usually only buy. They usually only sell them during the, somewhere near the 4th of July. But then other areas like Barstow, they don't even allow them. Yeah, they don't. You're not even supposed to have fireworks at all there. They won't. They don't sell them, and you're not supposed to have them. Ask me how I know. Also, when I was a kid, we used to light them, and the cops would get called on us. And yeah, yeah, we couldn't even have like the little sparklers or what are those little black cats or whatever those things are called. Yeah, we couldn't even have those. Hell no, we just didn't give a shit. We just light them right there in the street in front of our house. But but it doesn't help when a sheriff deputy lives almost right across the street from one of the from your neighbor, and when he's not on duty, of course he kind of has a duty to report stuff like that. So right, or tell us, hey, you guys can't be doing that. Nah, he was a nice guy though. Ah, okay. Yeah. Looks like my exit's coming up soon. I gotta scale my load before I go through Umatia. Yeah, no, yeah, and they're usually always open during the daytime too. No, I've gone through there before and seen it closed number of times, but during the daytime hours like right now, yeah, it's about a guarantee it's gonna be open. Correct. Yeah. So, all right, let me hang up. I'm gonna that way I can get off the road and scale my load, and we'll holler at you later. Okay. Bye. Are you guys able to hear me? I'm getting some kind of request some kind of messages suggesting that you might not be picking me up. I'm stopping here at this exit to steal my load at the Flying J across the freeway from here. I just got into the Pasco area, Washington, or basically also known as Tri-Cities. Pickup on the right, another pickup coming from the left. We're all clear now. I gotta figure out why my Oregon. On duty. Scam. Let's get my chat skill or weigh my truck job up. Pretty sure I'm gonna need my license plate number. I'm gonna get it right now. Hold up here. Is this guy waiting on them to respond or something? Oh, that tanker was in the way. Yeah, it was just a 10 battle range and warning. So I'll have to keep an eye on. Accept. Waiting for Waymaster processing. Alright, weights are good. I'm gonna actually put my tandems back about a foot, be more well balanced, but they're legal like they are. And I'm hoping to swap off this load at some point in time, so I do want a skill ticket. Just pull up here out of the way. 76,260 is my skilled weight. Come on. Freaking damn potholes.
scenic route too.
responses, so either people aren't paying attention or it's buffering like I assume it is. So I had to restart the stream. I didn't know you were in the area because the stream was buffering out, and I had no idea that I wasn't getting any new messages. Quite a bit. Damn it. Alright, so basically I'm almost in Wallula, Washington now. There's a Tyson plant we sometimes do pickups from over here. Sacagawea State Park, and just passing by the turn for it. Snake River, Von Hubbard Bridge. Yeah, I wish I'd known that you guys were there before, but the chat was acting up. The last thing I ever saw was something from Lauren. Basically a good morning message from Lauren, and that was the last thing I ever saw. And it wasn't until I was already stopped and basically shut off Streamlabs and then restarted it. Got the because they wouldn't even let me resume the stream. I'd actually close the app and restart it before I even saw that there were more messages that you guys actually were able to pick me up. Fireworks stand back there. Place or something? Oh, high school. Columbia High School. Lewis and Clark Trail. Junction 730 I will be using. That's 11 miles away. 730 I'll basically take over to the west, over toward Umatilla. I can also take it down through Hermiston, but and actually stop at the pilot. Leading towards stopping at Space Age Travel Center for my tractor fuel, and then when I stop for my 30-minute break, figure out where I can reach, and I either have to plan on stopping during my 30 or sometime today for reefer fuel. I'll have to try to remember next time I'm in the area that you're in the Tri-Cities area. I think you've told me before, but didn't recall. And of course, I'll let you know next time I'm in the area. Maybe meet up next time. Loop Road. You live north of Seattle now, okay. Morning, Terry. Somebody else lives up there in the Seattle area. Who is it? It's not Jim, is it? JR? Somebody else that comes on the stream also lives in that area, though. Love the scenery over it, taking this route. About 7 or 8 miles out from the US 730 interchange. Just turned on the street, I think, where the Tyson plant is. Yeah, actually, I can see the Tyson plant over the tops of these citrus trees over here. There's a gas station with plenty of truck parking right here at this corner that he just turned at too. That's where you guys remember watching me when last time I came out here. A few months ago when I swapped with that other driver, I came over here to this truck stop right here. Port of Walla Walla. This is the Wallula area. Drivers, why are you guys parking in the tractor trailer side of the line? You can't park in the four-wheeler side. There's lots of room there in the four-wheeler side. Like, leave a space there for the trucks that have trailers. Saw 3 bobtails there. Only one of them is parked in the side he should be parked on. the intersection of 12 and 730, if I remember right. There's like one or two others along 730 on the way over to Umatia. How's it going, Kevin? Doing good here. I'm in Washington, heading toward the Oregon border. Just got through Wallula, W-A-L-L-U-L-A. At the house right now, so that's good. I know they've been kind of enjoying themselves watching me on YouTube. Stinks here. Smells like a paper mill or something. Got the Columbia River right here to the side of me. Wallula, left turn, quarter mile. Marker, quarter mile ahead. Fort Walla Walla. I should have stopped there just for the heck of it. Station, so it's probably open. I mean, it's probably closed. Yeah, it's closed. All trucks use 730 West. Columbia River, pretty much all the way over to. Brown here today. The history of Wallula. Definitely. It's a shame the hills aren't greener though. So I'm almost to the Oregon border. Definitely a very picturesque area. So train heading eastbound on the Washington side of the river. Side is Union Pacific and Oregon is BNSF. Interesting. Because that's a BNSF train that I'm seeing right now. Got 3 BNSF locomotives pulling it. seen over here on this side too. Now we'll want to stop and get check my reefer temp, see if it's still working its way back down. Railroad track here. Pacific pulling these ones, this one. Mostly Canadian cars too. Right there. There's a siding there for trains to bypass other trains. Get more messages suggesting that I'm not receiving anything. Like you guys might be talking, but I'm not receiving it. Restart Streamlabs when I stop for fuel. pretty calm too. I can see some of the green on the other side of the river, down the hill on the Washington side, reflecting into the water. Check on my, see how my reefer temp's doing real quick, and then get a view of give you guys a view from outside, looking both directions. I'm gonna restart Streamlabs too, because I'm getting error messages suggesting that Streamlabs is having issues. All right, here we go. Yeah, I knew there was, I knew I wasn't receiving messages that you guys were writing there. So, let me see what I got here. Yeah, there's been several things that you guys said. The last thing I ever saw was Brian Ivy saying they share a track depending on destination. Cody, looks like Oregon. Yes, I just got into Oregon on this road that I'm on now, not long ago. It's very scenic. Just finished lunch in Rapid City. Will you take the 82 or 395? I'm gonna take 82. I thought about going down through Hermiston, but I want to stop for fuel at the Space Age Travel Center on 84, so I'm gonna take 82 down. Cody hasn't gone live because he needs a new phone mount. All right. Not often. It's calm on the gorge. Yeah. So this is. Alright, let me check my reefer temp, because it's been good. So that indicator right, I can't even see it. I think I'm showing it. I got sun glare, so I can't tell. No, it's amber colored. It's supposed to be a green light right here, but it's not. Okay, the temp is dropping. So I'm actually at 0.9 degrees now. I haven't set for negative 10. But I had the doors open at an outside dock when I was loading, so it caused my temperature to go out of range earlier, and that's basically still trying to work its way back down. Alright, so got more. Some traffic coming this way. I see some kind of a fire over there. Yeah, you guys see the smoke? Get that damn keyboard thing out of here. Shut up, Cody. You know what a reefer is. Smart ass. Get some nice views here. I don't get tired of driving through here because it's just so scenic. Especially when it gets really green. I don't even remember crossing the railroad tracks. Must have been from that hill. That hill I went over must have been where I crossed over or something. Alright. That's your answer there, Cody. If you were wondering what the trailer number is. It's a newer trailer. It's got disc brakes on it. I'm gonna need to get reefer fuel today. Yeah, temp's still working its way down, so that light there should change to a green light before long. It's only about a half degree above the range for what's acceptable for where I have it set at. When it's in, damn it, my audio cable disconnected from my head unit. There we go. Same trailer I had the reefer worked on a while back because it wouldn't drop temp. Yeah, right. This is the same trailer I used and dropped in the San Bernardino dump yard not even a month ago. When I was in that auto shift piece of shit. Alright, way station 2 miles away. More than 12 hours, it means basically if you're in a truck, you can do your 10-hour break right there. You swear that's the same trailer, huh? Okay. Interesting. One day, did you get it fixed or did somebody else or what? It works, it's just it takes time to get down to temp though, especially when it's set to negative 10 and it's currently 77 degrees ambient. Yeah, you picking up this afternoon, right? Station, recreation area, swimming and restrooms. Got it, fish. Thermal cane, check your back door temp. Alright. Follow road signs. The way station is closed. I'm with Tia, 10 miles away. reason to like going this way because when I get into Umatilla, if I'm coming from this direction, I don't necessarily have to stop at the one over there right off of I-82. Because you're going to be waiting on recaps anyway. If it was me, I'd, depending on the time of day though. If you can get there early enough, but I don't think you can do a 34 because Hermiston, if I wanted to, I could turn left right here. And that'll take me right, actually to another road that takes me right to the Pilot truck stop over there in Stanfield. But I want to get fuel over at I want to get fuel at Space Age Travel Center. It's only $1.90 a gallon there. Not to mention, you got more town bullshit to deal with going that way. If I go this way, it's a very small amount of city traffic, whatever, if you even want to call it that, and then get right on I-82. Hey, Bradley. What I would do really depends on how late you're going to show up at up in Harrisonburg. And whether you can find parking in that area once you do. There is a truck stop up there not too far away. But whether you'll find parking when you get up there is another question, so it's weird. I mean, and I don't think you're going to have time to do a 34-hour reset because if we were coming up with like about 3 or 4 a.m. ETA here in Portland on the 30th, if you were to do a 34, you'd have to add an extra day to that. Or no, I think you need the recaps for the 7th to get here anyway. So we can reevaluate. We can take a better look at your hours. Because if you do 5 600-mile shifts, actually 5 plus. I mean 600 plus shifts. You can do it in 5 shifts. So I'll go back. We can go back over that later when I'm not driving. It's a good practice to try to run whatever miles you can and then try to be ahead of your load whenever possible. You're a dork. That butterfly just turned himself into a hood ornament, unfortunately. So from Harrisonville, I'm assuming you're going to end up taking probably I-76, basically the Penn Turnpike up to I-80 or something. I'll be on 80 up until Lincoln, Nebraska, and then after I get to Lincoln, I'll be cutting down over across Highway 2 to Interstate 29. Let's end up swapping first. Alright, entering Umatilla. That's how everybody else pronounces it. I'm not going to pronounce it that way, though. If it's pronounced anything remotely like a Spanish word, it'd be Umatilla. But I know everybody here probably pronounces it Umatilla. I'd imagine Native Americans who probably have something to do with that name. Let's see, 84 eastbound. Problem is with going that way, I don't want to go through that damn town. And it's going to bypass the Space Age Travel Center. I'll give you a call in a moment here. See, now it doesn't matter what the status of this way station over here is. I don't have to go through it. Way station right lane, but that's only if I'm going that way. There's nothing telling me I have to go that I have to enter it. Chillicothe, Missouri. So my planned route is I-80 all the way out to Lincoln, Nebraska. Then State Route 2 over to Nebraska City, Iowa. I-29 south over to US 36. I think that's what, over by St. Joseph. And then US 36 east over from St. Joseph over to Chillicothe. I will hopefully be swapping off this load before then, because I will have it there on the 27th, and it's not due until the 29th. So, and I just came off of 34. I don't want to be sitting around doing another 34 waiting to get rid of this load. This is eastbound Interstate 82 right now. I'm heading toward 84. I'm 4 miles away. Baker City, 131, so it'll be tight on the time if I try to get to if I try to get all the way to Ontario with my clock that I have to work with. I'm not sure. It'll be tight. So I might have to check up and stop in Baker City or LeGrand or somewhere. Probably try Baker City just to press on, press on it, and if it looks a little bit more doubtful that I can reach Ontario by the time I run out of clock, I'll stop in Baker City. It's about 70 mile or so drive from Baker City over to Ontario. It's about 200 miles, and it took me about 3 hours at 70 miles an hour the entire time, and I'm not even doing 70. I'm doing a little bit less. Like Scotty, I tend to drive, I tend to stay pretty close to the speed limit. Usually no more than 2 or 3 over the posted limits what I'll do. I'm not running tight on my clock at all, so there's no reason at all for me to be in any hurry to get this load where it needs to be. Pretty smart. Play around with your phone looking down at it while you're passing me up. I mean, I know some people probably frown on what I do here, but it's, at least I'm just glancing quickly, and I don't touch the phone, and not to mention I'm always in view of the road when I'm doing it. James. 1 mile away. Well, I bet these guys are also going to head eastbound. Well, there are two lanes that are available for eastbound traffic, if I remember right. Been so long since I've done much of anything up here. Aside from that swamp I did a couple of months ago, or a few months ago, whatever it was, I haven't been out here since March of last year. Downs and Hood River, that's right. That's a nice area. Nice little town to visit. actually going west. It's like CTI or whatever. Yeah, CTI. Western Flyer. I keep forgetting they have drive-ins. I always get stuck on the idea that they do reefer free. Westland Road, Hermiston. I don't see any fuel prices over there. The best price I'm going to see is the Space Age Travel Center at $1.90 a gallon. I already looked it up. So that's why I'm going to stop there for fuel, and then if I can make it to Ontario, well, then if I can make it to Ontario, I would prefer to stop at the Loves, because if I can eat lunch, I can head to one of those roach coaches across the street from Love's. They got good food there. They have like 3 roach coaches that are usually over there across the street from the Love's in Ontario, and one of them does Mexican food, another one does, I want to say Thai food. I can't remember what the other one is. But the food's actually good. And you guys know how much of a Mexican food snob my wife made me, and I won't talk trash about Mexican food a lot, and you know, if it's not from California or from my own wife, but you know, that roach coach there actually has good Mexican food. Locomotives all linked to each other on the railroad tracks over there. Not hooked to anything else, it's just probably at least like a good 30 or so locomotives. Oh, okay, so 207 I could have just taken right down. I didn't know that 207 went right here. I thought it was going to dump me into, what was it, 395? I think 395 is where the Pilot and Stanfield is. F prices don't tend to vary that much. So I'll just do reefer fuel, but tractor only here. Fuel. Haven't seen FedEx in a ditch in years since they slowed down to 65. Interesting. Yeah, I've talked to Nora about FedEx sometimes. She hates them. She thinks they're crazy and assholes. Look at that. don't need a receipt, so let's get rolling. Yeah, this is great. Just to use parking spots to get myself back to the exit. Theoretically have enough time to work with to get to Ontario, but I do have to climb Cabbage Pass pretty soon and with a heavy load, so that's gonna slow me down. So we'll see how much clocking, and then there are other areas I go just before I get into La Grande that'll slow me down because of the curves and some more curves. Private property here anyway. A little bit more to slow me down in, I think it was in between Baker City and Ontario, if I remember right. So I'm gonna have to evaluate more. Yeah, I might want to look that in my direction, lady. I'm the first threat you're gonna see. You might as well look in my direction before you look to the right. So Matt, I tell you, you got an answer, and they said no. You don't see me coming? You're a friggin' piece of shit. Nobody at all coming at all, and your dumbass wants to wait till the very last second to move over. Do me a favor, get off the road if you can't pay attention. To expect ahead too. Actually, I rather enjoy the interactive because sometimes I might run into, because I can't look at what traffic conditions are like, and when I get people like actually watching the map and me at the same time, I can get alerts sometimes. Something else that's commonly done, that Terra or Dactyl. She was on here earlier. Her name's Dactyl. You probably know her, but I don't know about, just in case other people aren't familiar. She usually does the same thing I do, like when I'm following Scotty's streams. Wikipedia for whatever the highway is, so I know where the exits are. So I know what exit numbers or what, about where they're at if I don't already know from looking at the screen. And then I also follow along on the map to see where, like, especially on Lake Beach. I'm not intimately familiar with Chicago. I've been through there many times, but I don't know Chicago like Beach does. So it actually helps me when I'm actually watching it from his camera or whoever's, and I get an idea there. And then I can actually look at the street names and get a better idea of what's what. Not much going on in these rest areas right now, other than they are open. I've done 164 miles. We're at the 187 right now, and there's 378 miles in Oregon, of I-84. So about 190 miles away from the Idaho border. Be able to reach Ontario, but it's really not certain because I got Cabbage Pass. It's going to be a slow climb up, and it's like about a 10-mile climb up to it from the bottom to the top. So I'll probably lose about 10 minutes of time there at 70 miles an hour. 190, that'd be about a 240 trip, a 2 hour and 40 minute long trip, but I'm doing a little bit less, 67. So that's going to cut up, that's going to add between 6 and 9, that's 6 and 9 minutes right there, somewhere in that ballpark, and then I'm expecting to climb up Cabbage to probably add another 10 minutes, so that'd probably put me right around 3 hours total to get from here to Ontario. I got 3:15 to work with, so it looks like I have enough, but it's going to be tight. Might be down to about 10 minutes left or so on my clock by the time I get there, but and I'll reevaluate again when I get to Baker City, and because then it becomes a time to decide whether I stop in Baker City or try to make it to Ontario from there. crosshairs. My experience are usually closed, but have to be ready for those too. Ford F-150 out of Utah. What's that, Porky? Where you be? Exit 193 coming up, Echo Road. There's the eastbound I-84 in Oregon, in between, so I think I just got past Stanfield. Heading toward Pendleton and toward Cabbage Pass. Double right turn, Jerry. Okay, so now when I say it's JR, not everyone calls him Jim. Thought it was him who lives up in the Seattle area, along with El Jefe. Now that I know that. Oh, double right turn. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out when that school of thought changed, because like when you were taught to stay in the rightmost lane, but at some point in time they changed the school of thought apparently to use the outermost lane. I'm trying to dig into the history of that, and I understand both schools of thought. They both make sense, but it's got to be at some particular point in time where that changed. Where hey, let's no longer teach people to use the rightmost lane, and let's start teaching them to use the outermost lane. So I'm really curious about the history on that. Love to hear hear case laws and court cases involving those kinds of accidents to get a better idea of what do companies really, what kind of experiences they really have, and then was there some kind of court case paradigm that caused all that to happen? Farmer waiting in Miami. All right. Were you delivered in Royal Palm Beach or Pembroke Park or somewhere else? Actually in Miami. It's an interesting Washington plate. I don't think I've seen that kind before. This Camry is from Nebraska. interact with each other. If you guys have problems, now, we are going to have problems with buffering when we get up to the top of Cabbage Pass. So expect that, but between, if you have problems, or it seems like nothing's going on, feel free to give me a call if you want, if you have my number, and find out what's going on there. Just over 10-mile trip now from here to Cabbage Pass. Alright, screen's going off. Got exit 198 right now, Lawrenson Road. There's a Saya truck catching up to me, that's interesting. Purple or pink? Looks like pink. Purplish pink. Whatever it is. Exit 199, Stagecoach, Yoakum Road. I didn't know Saya trucks could even go that fast. Not too far behind the truck that I just passed. And he's probably going to catch up to me before long. He'll catch me on Cabbage. Unless he's pulling triples. Sometimes you will see trucks pulling triples here. Saya's passing that CTI or whatever truck I just passed. Wick Brothers. Yeah, Roadkill Cafe right there. 200-mile marker. Catching up to me. He's definitely gaining on me right now. It looks like a four-wheeler is going to try to pass him on the right, but they're going to find out the hard way they're not going to be able to. And Saya's already catching up to me right now. Wow, once you get cresting over this hill, I'll be able to get a better idea of what Saya's doing with the speed. Porsche Macan, yes. 202 Barnhart Road. 39 degrees here. Forward air, drive in. This guy's independent. Looks like it. Such a nice view. If I have a good enough signal, I might go ahead and stop at that Vista point at the top of Cabbage. Get some footage of that. Even right here is a nice view. Where the hell are you going, dude? This guy walking on the shoulder on the westbound side. That's at 207 Blue Mountain Country Club. At Pendleton City Center and the airport. Horsepower. It's a small motor. It looks like a fishing boat anyway. It probably doesn't need much power. Swift, new logo. Definitely seen less and less old logo Swifts on the road. Brewster's Country Kitchen. Violet Rock and Ukiah, that's right. Section 209 coming up, by the way. With the river. Whereas everybody else likes to pronounce it the Umatilla River. 395 southbound. Pendleton and John Day. Just a few more miles to be going up Cabbage. Be crawling up at around 30. My way to, I don't know, might end up dropping in the 20s, but might be able to do in the 30s. About, might be able 34 like I usually do. State Route 11. Exit 210. Yellow building over there to the south of us. Interesting. A large, presumably single floor building over just to the south by about a mile or so. Junction, 4 miles. Lacron, 49 miles. Is that a purple one? Yeah, look like purple Peterbilt coming the other way. Truck going the other way. Turn side, whatever you want to call it. Straight ahead once I get around this curve here. Okay, so this flatbedder in front of me is running a very similar speed to me on the flats, but let's see who goes faster up the hills. I think it'll probably be me because that's probably why I caught up to him. It goes a little bit slower on the downhills. get past this exit, we start to climb Cabbage. So 67, I'm gaining on this guy. But 66, he seems like he pulls away. On other trucks, but then usually once I have to drop down into 8th or 7th, those same trucks tend to start outrunning me, unless they're heavier. It's just a matter of how differently we're geared, not to along with differences in our weights. Drop into 8 before long. Coming up this hill will give me a pretty good idea how this guy behind me is going to run. So I'm not running too high in RPM in this gear, and I don't have to keep shifting back and forth between a gear that's not going to hold me and a gear that's too strong. This is where having that splitter like what Scotty has in his truck would definitely be nice. Number 7th is too strong, but 8th is not strong enough. That having that splitter, Scotty has an 13 speed if I'm not mistaken. Basically split between the two gears. Be a great, just the right match. hiking up and down that hill there. What do I see over there? Have I seen some deer or horses or something? I have seen deer over here before. Am I seeing something else? should be able to reach Ontario. It'll be tight, but should be able to do it. Also known as triaxles, as most people call them. most of the time I come through here westbound, it's at night. And they're more likely to be closed anyway. Alright, so I have to watch for the way station on this side. I want to say it's not too far before I get into LeGrand. Check your brakes 1 mile ahead. Now. This is mandatory, I'm not worried about it. And I use the gear, I don't have to use my hand. Horsepower engine. Yeah. That's a small one. Really small. That should probably need 8th gear. Maybe even 7th on the way down. Another Penske rental truck pulling Amazon Prime trailer. Second one I've seen today. Usually it's private contractors hauling them, but well, that one's a contractor, but they're using a rental truck and not their own. There's something wrong with you when you have a tree growing out of your pickup. There's some junk pickups there. There's actually a tree growing out of the hood of one of them. They say they get some kind of a decorative thing they're doing. Indian Reservation. Immigrant Springs State Park coming up next, exit 234. So roughly 25 to 30 out now from LeGrand. Beecham. I'm assuming the feed is buffering right now. If not, it will be really soon. This area is notorious for having a bad signal. equipment. Oregon, UMF. Rumentia Forest, I guess. City 70, Ontario 141. Yeah, I'll definitely be inside my last half hour by the time I get to Ontario. Exit coming up, 238. This is dust I'm seeing. Oh, okay. This utility pickup here in the median. Whenever I see flying dust ahead, it gets me concerned whether somebody's losing control of their vehicle ahead of me. So I start going on even really high alert when I see dust flying in front of me. Shut up, I'm not on the line. than me or running at a lower speed, but he's lighter. Doesn't look like by a lot though. That's about the 260 mile marker. Here, with my double check again in Baker City, but that's a pretty, two dead near there. That's a very promising. I should be able to reach Ontario before I run out of clock. The hell's with the crowd here? These guys all getting off here in the front because I know I saw this pickup here with this horse. He passed me earlier, which if I'm passing him now, it tells me he's probably getting off the freeway here. Or she. Must have been fun trying to get that Werner truck parked where it's at. Evidently the person lives there. Small road, I imagine they had to back in off the main road or something. Not sure there's enough room on that little street next to them. Dirt road, whatever you want to call it, gravel road. Alright, exit 261. I remember it says in this Suburban with the toy hauler passing me too. Slow down in front of this guy that I just passed. I don't want to keep holding up the traffic either. What's happening? Sawing the Oregon logs, I guess. Huh. That's a forward facing one, I assume. You're talking about your personal dash cam or the other? Okay. Damn, this truck got enough chicken lights all over it, or if that's what, or no, it's just some decorative thing on its tab extenders for my third. You guys have that dedicated account. Okay, yeah, that's right. It's just the cans themselves before they, so that uh, uh, Chillicothe, Missouri, and hopefully it'll swap off it somewhere. Yeah, I don't. Man, I like the distance because 1900 miles is just about right. But the time between when I can be there and when I can deliver it is too big. Okay. Yeah, I figured I'll get to Snowville, Utah, or somewhere in that ballpark. By the time I'm done, it's at least 600 every shift. But it's only like 1800 total to do, so yeah, 600s will get me there. Yeah, so I'll be there on the the 27th, and it's not due until the 29th. I don't want a 34. I just came off a 34. Exactly. So I don't want a 34. I remember getting layover. Pick up when the travel trailer got stuck behind me. You know, I only want. I fell for him. Like he might get an opportunity to go around me now. Yep, he's doing it.
1
American Airlines Pilots Union wants the government to buy middle seats, the Points Guy, yesterday. The union representing pilots at American Airlines wants the federal government to buy seats on flights in order to promote social distancing on board and allow the carrier to continue flying. On Wednesday, the Allied Pilots Association, APA, proposed what it calls the Safe Essential Air Transportation Seating 4 Seats program as a second round of coronavirus stimulus for the U.S. airline industry. Under next to a stranger. The concept aims to kill two birds with one stone. It would give flyers the appearance of social distance on board a plane, something airline executives have said is physically impossible, while also allowing the industry to continue with business as usual. Business as usual would mean no furloughs or layoffs once the protections under the government's first aid package, the CARES Act, expire on Sept. 30. Sign up for the free daily TPG newsletter for more airline news. The return of air travel is a major catalyst for economic recovery, said APA President Capt. Eric Ferguson in a statement. But in order for air travel to return, passengers must feel comfortable that it is safe. They must gain confidence that their government is acting to ensure that all safety standards and protocols are being upheld and enforced. The APA is not the only one to raise the idea of the government buying plane tickets. President Trump suggested the idea of buying tickets in bulk at a discount for a set period that the government could then use for its own travel in the future. However, the proposal brought up memories of the Caribou ticket agreement that financier Carl Icahn saddled former Trans World Airlines (TWA) with in the 1990s. In exchange for settling a debt, the airline agreed to let Icahn buy certain tickets at a steep discount and resell them on his own website, effectively competing with TWA itself. The deal is widely viewed as hastening the demise of TWA, which merged with American in 2001. In-flight safety is tantamount across the industry, but how each airline is tackling the question varies. Some are blocking middle seats or capping bookings to give the appearance of distancing. This includes Delta Airlines and Southwest Airlines. Others are emphasizing their cleaning procedures, like Delta, and mandatory mask requirements, for example American and United Airlines, in keeping travelers and crew members safe. But it remains unclear what actually works. Preliminary findings by a team of researchers at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, Arizona State University, Florida State University and University of West Florida found that boarding flights from back to front may not protect travelers as much as blocking middle seats. The one thing that nearly everyone agrees protects flyers are masks. American, Delta, JetBlue Airways and United have all said they will ban travelers who disregard this rule, with Delta CEO Ed Bastian saying that wearing a mask is a matter of respect. However, there are multiple reports of varying levels of enforcement. We've made it very clear that we require it, Frontier Airlines CEO Barry Biffle told TPG in an exclusive interview this week. We're not an airline that's friendly to come on board and then, we'll just pretend you wore a mask. In addition, airline management teams have made it clear that their airlines will not return to so-called business as usual anytime soon. This includes the leadership of American, where they have used the crisis to accelerate planned aircraft retirements and move forward with a program adding seats to the cabins of its Airbus A321 and Boeing 737-800 jets. Both moves, according to executives, will make the airline more efficient and nimble in the future. The APA, for now, appears alone in calling on the federal government to buy seats. Airline Pilots Association spokesperson Corey Kuhn told TPG that the union is focused on extending CARES Act employee protections beyond September, as well as a number of other initiatives, including hazard pay for essential workers. She declined to comment on the seats proposal. ALPA represents pilots at Alaska Airlines, Delta, Hawaiian Airlines, JetBlue and United among others. Association of Flight Attendants CWA, AFA, spokesperson Taylor Garland told TPG that the union is also pushing for an extension of the CARES Act employment protections. The union represents cabin crews at Alaska, Spirit Airlines, United and other airlines. We need a fulsome federal plan to address COVID-19 safety on board, said Garland. Middle seats alone will not keep passengers safe, and almost half the planes that take off every day do not even have a middle seat. To date in the crisis, multiple organizations have come out against airlines blocking middle seats. 1. The International Air Transport Association has opposed mandating open middle seats, arguing that it does not guarantee safety and would force airlines to raise fares. Trade Group Airlines for America, A4A, which is widely credited for securing the more than $50 billion in aid airlines received in the CARES Act, was not immediately available to comment on the APA's proposal. Featured image by Andrew Caballero Reynolds, AFP via Getty Images. Article 136 of 143. Tucson police chief resigns after man dies in custody. The police chief in Tucson, Arizona, offered his resignation Wednesday during a press conference where the department showed video of a man who died while in police custody. Carlos Ingram Lopez, 27, died while being arrested in April. Before video of the arrest was shown, Chief Chris Magnus gave an account of the incident and said while the audio is clear, the video was difficult to see at certain moments. Tucson Police Chief Chris Magnus resigns after a man died while being arrested by Tucson police officers. 3 officers involved in the arrest also resigned. Credit Cold TV. More. During the arrest, while handcuffed and on the floor, Ingram Lopez repeatedly asked for water and said at one point that he couldn't breathe. The officers covered Ingram Lopez with blankets and after about 12 minutes noticed he was unresponsive, Magnus said. They administered Narcan, thinking he was overdosing, and when that didn't revive him they attempted CPR until EMS arrived. The 3 officers who arrested Ingram Lopez handed in their resignations June 18. The officers have not been charged with any crimes at this point, but Magnus noted that could change. All employees have the right to resign at any time. However, the files for these officers reflect that the department would have terminated them, had they not resigned, Magnus said. Mayor Regina Romero said she had not heard of Magnus' resignation and would have to discuss the matter with other city leaders, Cold reports. Minneapolis police union leaders on horrific video of George Floyd's death, racism in policing. Massive Saharan dust cloud makes its way to southern states still battling coronavirus. Bubba Wallace on federal investigators' announcement of no charges, advocating for change. Article 137 of 143. Wrongfully accused by an algorithm. Robert Julian Borchak Williams, who was arrested based on a faulty facial recognition match at home in Farmington Hills, Mich. June 20, 2020. Sylvia Jarris, The New York Times. More. Note, in response to this article, the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office said that Robert Julian Borchak Williams could have the case and his fingerprint data expunged. We apologize, the prosecutor, Kim Worthy, said in a statement, adding, this does not in any way make up for the hours that Mr. Williams spent in jail. On a Thursday afternoon in January, Robert Julian Borchak Williams was in his office at an automotive supply company when he got a call from the Detroit Police Department telling him to come to the station to be arrested. He thought at first that it was a prank. An hour later, when he pulled into his driveway in a quiet subdivision in Farmington Hills, Michigan, a police car pulled up behind, blocking him in. 2 officers got out and handcuffed Williams on his front lawn in front of his wife and 2 young daughters, who were distraught. Police wouldn't say why he was being arrested, only showing him a piece of paper with his photo and the words felony warrant and larceny. His wife, Melissa Williams, asked where he was being taken. Google it, she recalls an officer replying. Police drove Robert Williams to a detention center. He had his mugshot, fingerprints and DNA taken and was held overnight. Around noon Friday, 2 detectives took him to an interrogation room and placed 3 pieces of paper on the table, face down. When's the last time you went to a Shinola store? One of the detectives asked, in Williams's recollection. Shinola is an upscale boutique that sells watches, bicycles and leather goods in the trendy Midtown neighborhood of Detroit. Williams said he and his wife had checked it out when the store first opened in 2014. The detective turned over the first piece of paper. It was a still image from a surveillance video, showing a heavy-set man, dressed in black and wearing a red St. Louis Cardinals cap, standing in front of a watch display. 5 timepieces worth $3,800 were shoplifted. Is this you? Asked the detective. The second piece of paper was a close-up. The photo was blurry, but it was clearly not Williams. He picked up the image and held it next to his face. No, this is not me, Williams said. You think all black men look alike. Williams knew that he had not committed the crime in question. What he could not have known, as he sat in the interrogation room, is that his case may be the first known account of an American being wrongfully arrested based on a flawed match from a facial recognition algorithm, according to experts on technology and the law. A faulty system. A nationwide debate is raging about racism in law enforcement. Across the country, millions are protesting not just the actions of individual officers but also bias in the systems used to surveil communities and identify people for prosecution. Facial recognition systems have been used by police forces for more than 2 decades. Recent studies by Massachusetts Institute of Technology and the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, have found that while the technology works relatively well on white men, the results are less accurate for other demographics, in part because of a lack of diversity in the images used to develop the underlying databases. Last year, during a public hearing about the use of facial recognition in Detroit, an assistant police chief was among those who raised concerns. On the question of false positives, that is absolutely factual, and it's well documented, James White said. So that concerns me as an African American male. This month, Amazon, Microsoft and IBM announced they would stop or pause their facial recognition offerings for law enforcement. The gestures were largely symbolic given that the companies are not big players in the industry. The technology police departments use is supplied by companies that aren't household names, such as Vigilant Solutions, Cognitech, NEC, Rank 1 Computing and Clearview AI. Claire Garvey, a lawyer at Georgetown University's Center on Privacy and Technology, has written about problems with the government's use of facial recognition. She argues that low-quality search images, such as a still image from a grainy surveillance video, should be banned and that the systems currently in use should be tested rigorously for accuracy and bias. There are mediocre algorithms and there are good ones, and law enforcement should only buy the good ones, Garvey said. About Williams's experience in Michigan, she added, I strongly suspect this is not the first case to misidentify someone to arrest them for a crime they didn't commit. This is just the first time we know about it. In a perpetual lineup. Williams's case combines flawed technology with poor police work, illustrating how facial recognition can go awry. The Shinola shoplifting occurred in October 2018. Catherine Johnston, an investigator at Mackinac Partners, a loss prevention firm, reviewed the store's surveillance video and sent a copy to Detroit police, according to their report. 5 months later, in March 2019, Jennifer Colson, a digital image examiner for the Michigan State Police, uploaded a probe image, a still from the video, showing the man in the Cardinals cap to the state's facial recognition database. The system would have mapped the man's face and searched for similar ones in a collection of 49 million photos. The state's technology is supplied for $5.5 million by a company called DataWorks Plus. Founded in South Carolina in 2000, the company first offered mugshot management software, said Todd Pastorini, a general manager. In 2005, the firm began to expand the product, adding face recognition tools developed by outside vendors. When one of these subcontractors develops an algorithm for recognizing faces, DataWorks attempts to judge its effectiveness by running searches using low-quality images of individuals it knows are present in a system. We've tested a lot of garbage out there, Pastorini said. These checks, he added, are not scientific. DataWorks does not formally measure the system's accuracy or bias. We've become a pseudo-expert in the technology, Pastorini said. In Michigan, the DataWorks software used by state police incorporates components developed by Japanese tech giant NEC and by Rank 1 Computing, based in Colorado, according to Pastorini and a state police spokeswoman. In 2019, algorithms from both companies were included in a federal study of more than 100 facial recognition systems that found they were biased, falsely identifying African American and Asian faces 10 times to 100 times more than Caucasian faces.
Interesting.
Rank 1's chief executive Brendan Clare said the company had developed a new algorithm for NIST to review that tightens the differences in accuracy between different demographic cohorts. After Colson, of the state police, ran her search of the probe image, the system would have provided a row of results generated by NEC and a row from Rank 1, along with confidence scores. Williams's driver's license photo was among the matches. Colson sent it to Detroit police as an investigative-led report. This document is not a positive identification, the file says in bold capital letters at the top. It is an investigative lead only and is not probable cause for arrest. This is what technology providers and law enforcement always emphasize when defending facial recognition. It is only supposed to be a clue in the case, not a smoking gun. Before arresting Williams, investigators might have sought other evidence that he committed the theft, such as eyewitness testimony, location data from his phone, or proof that he owned the clothing that the suspect was wearing. In this case, however, according to the Detroit police report, investigators simply included Williams's picture in a six-pack photo lineup they created and showed to Johnston, Shinola's loss prevention contractor, and she identified him. Johnston declined to comment. "I guess the computer got it wrong." Pastorini was taken aback when the process was described to him. "It sounds thin all the way around," he said. Claire, of Rank 1, found fault with Johnston's role in the process. "I am not sure if this qualifies them as an eyewitness or gives their experience any more weight than other persons who may have viewed that same video after the fact," he said. John Wise, a spokesman for NEC, said, "A match using facial recognition alone is not a means for positive identification." The Friday that Williams sat in a Detroit police interrogation room was the day before his 42nd birthday. That morning, his wife emailed his boss to say he would miss work because of a family emergency. It broke his 4-year record of perfect attendance. In Williams's recollection, after he held the surveillance video still next to his face, the two detectives leaned back in their chairs and looked at one another. One detective, seeming chagrined, said to his partner, "I guess the computer got it wrong." They turned over a third piece of paper, which was another photo of the man from the Shinola store, next to Williams's driver's license.
Sounds like being a
Williams
lazy or
again pointed
stupid
out that they were not the same
investigator, too.
person. Williams asked if he was free to go. "Unfortunately not," one detective said. Williams was kept in custody until that evening, 30 hours after being arrested, and released on a $1,000 personal bond. He waited outside in the rain for 30 minutes until his wife could pick him up. When he got home at 10 p.m., his 5-year-old daughter was still awake. She said she was waiting for him because he had said, while being arrested, that he'd be right back. She has since taken to playing cops and robbers and accuses her father of stealing things, insisting on locking him up in the living room. Getting help. The Williams family contacted defense attorneys, most of whom, they said, assumed Williams was guilty of the crime and quoted prices of around $7,000 to represent him. Williams's wife, a real estate marketing director and food blogger, also tweeted at the American Civil Liberties Union of Michigan, which took an immediate interest. "We've been active in trying to sound the alarm bells around facial recognition, both as a threat to privacy when it works and a racist threat to everyone when it doesn't," said Phil Mayer, an attorney at the organization. "We know these stories are out there, but they're hard to hear about because people don't usually realize they've been the victim of a bad facial recognition search." 2 weeks after his arrest, Williams took a vacation day to appear in a Wayne County court for an arraignment. When the case was called, the prosecutor moved to dismiss but without prejudice, meaning Williams could later be charged again. Maria Miller, a spokeswoman for the prosecutor, said a second witness had been at the store in 2018 when the shoplifting occurred but had not been asked to look at a photo lineup. "If the individual makes an identification in the future," she said, "the office will decide whether to issue charges." A Detroit police spokeswoman, Nicole Kirkwood, said that for now, the department accepted the prosecutor's decision to dismiss the case. She also said that the department updated its facial recognition policy in July 2019 so that it is only used to investigate violent crimes. The department, she said in another statement, does not make arrests based solely on facial recognition. The investigator reviewed video, interviewed witnesses, conducted a photo lineup. On Wednesday, the ACLU of Michigan filed a complaint with the city, asking for an absolute dismissal of the case, an apology and the removal of Williams's information from Detroit's criminal databases. The Detroit Police Department should stop using facial recognition technology as an investigatory tool, Mayer wrote in the complaint, adding, "As the facts of Mr. Williams' case prove both that the technology is flawed and that DPD investigators are not competent in making use of such technology." Williams's lawyer, Victoria Burton Harris, said that her client is lucky, despite what he went through. "He is alive," Burton Harris said. "He is a very large man. My experience has been, as a defense attorney, when officers interact with very large men, very large black men, they immediately act out of fear. They don't know how to de-escalate a situation. It was humiliating." Williams and his wife have not talked to their neighbors about what happened. They wonder whether they need to put their daughters into therapy. Williams's boss advised him not to tell anyone at work. My mother doesn't know about it. It's not something I'm proud of, Williams said. It's humiliating. Williams has since figured out what he was doing the evening the shoplifting occurred. He was driving home from work and had posted a video to his private Instagram because a song he loved came on, 1983's We Are One, by Maze and Frankie Beverly. The lyrics go, "I can't understand why we treat each other in this way. Taking up time with the silly games we play." He had an alibi, had Detroit police checked for one. This article originally appeared in the New York Times. Copyright 2020 The New York Times Company.
That's crazy.
Article 138 of 143. 3 men indicted.
That's outrageous. Sounds like some bias going on there too, or something with the investigation. Like, how can you be that ignorant to think that facial recognition alone would be enough? How do you? The person could have an identical twin sibling that you're not aware of, or they could have a doppelganger or something out there, which we all seem to have doppelgangers. Speaking of doppelgangers, see what you guys, what kind of experiences you guys have with that. I know when I was in high school, there was a guy I know. Actually, one of his kids was just in my wife's class not too long ago. But a lot of people in school actually thought I was him and he was me. We're not even related, but we look very similar and had kind of similar styles of dress and all that. It's like one of my friends that hey, let's say your brother, like, huh? What brother? I don't have a brother. Yeah, you do. Like, no, seriously, I don't have a brother. I have 2 sisters, that's it. I don't have a brother. But people swore that he was my brother. Or sometimes they swore that that I drove a black Acura, which was actually his. But in reality, I either drove my mom's white Honda Accord or my dad's white pickup. Just like my ex's husband. I swear next time if I ever run into him again, I'm gonna ask him if I get a picture of him and send it to my ex and say, hey, 'cause I swear this guy's a doppelganger to her husband. State Route 86, I think it was, is coming up here. Again, I'm still in the Baker City area. Oregon Trail Interpretive Center, Hills Canyon coming up. Yeah, I'm at 86 eastbound. Yeah, I want to say it's section 304 or something like that, where the truck stop here in Baker is, but just over 70 miles out. It's about an hour and 10 at a 60 mile an hour pace, and that would still leave me about 15 minutes left on my clock by the time I get into Ontario. So, and I'm running above 60 mile an hour pace, so problems getting into Ontario before my clock runs out. So I'm going to go ahead and run it all the way through to Ontario. Then I'll stop there at the Loves and get me some lunch at one of the little roach coaches across the street. Hello. No, why? I didn't. Yeah, I said Ontario and Oregon. Ontario, Oregon is right at the Ontario and Idaho border. I mean, Oregon and Idaho border on I-84. I'm nowhere near Ontario, California. I can't. It would take me at least a couple of 2 shifts to get down there. All right. Something wrong with right now? Well, like I said earlier, I got some kind of error message on my Streamlabs, and as far as I know, everybody can actually watch and hear me and everything, but I can't see a single damn thing going on the text. The last thing I ever got was a text from Scotty D about the couple of the people who live in Seattle area. That's it. Uh, Everything that's been said after that point, I have no idea because I get some error. The request is missing a valid API key. Okay, well, you remember the good rule of thumb. If I'm on the interstate, call me. Ike Bradley. Yeah, here I saw you earlier. Well, I saw you. I don't know what's going on the chat on YouTube right now because it's not showing me the messages. What? Okay, what's up? I guess you are. I don't know. What do you see in front of me? What do you see in front of what? Yeah, of course. That's why you're able to see where I'm at. All right. How about you do me a favor? Nora wants to talk to me about something I don't know. Let's let her talk, okay? What's up? What do you mean nothing? So are we gonna have awkward silence, or you got something to talk about? Purple. Uh, He did not expose the boys. You said. Okay. The From if I understood right, he went to a party of some sort, and that's where he got exposed. And that party was after he had been in contact with Christian and Bradley. Okay. Or are you under a lot of stress? How to come out? Why not? They're just afraid to try it, or what? All right, so get them on the phone and I'll ask them. Okay. All right. Okay, boys, why didn't you guys try the? All right, are you guys listening now? Okay, why didn't you guys try that chicken monkey bread, whatever Dora made? What? Why didn't you try it at least? At least take a bite and make a determination if you like it or don't like it. Then you like chicken, don't you? Okay, don't and you like monkey bread, don't you? Okay, well it's two things you like mixed together. Give it a try. We're not gonna make you eat stuff that you don't like, but you can't say you don't like it if you aren't even willing to try it. Same with you, Bradley. What the hell's going on? Christian trying to tell Bradley to lie or what? Christian, get over here. Is Christian listening? Okay, don't you ever fucking tell somebody to lie. You understand me? You don't lie and you don't ever tell anybody to lie. You're gonna get yourself in a lot more trouble and more on my shit list if I catch you doing that. It's one thing that if you mess up, be honest and own it, make a and admit that you made a mistake. But don't ever sit there and lie. What? Yep. Go ahead. Have them talk to them about what happens when they lie. Okay, Brad, Christian, you're not gonna touch that computer until you talk to Allie and Chloe about what happens when they lie, and you're not gonna touch it at all until you're paying attention to them doing it. You understand me? Don't you ever lie to me. What did he say? Dead skin on his back. Is that what he said? Or you got sunburned recently? Okay. Okay. Yeah, Nathan, I think he's either just forgetful or he'll at least be honest about stuff. Yeah. Moby Max, is that what you said? Okay. 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 Yeah, I thought we already talked about that. I hope Bradley got him back. Ah, I should see. Ah, There's a JCT over here on that shoulder with this. I mean, I'm gonna check on him real quick. 36, 39. Hey, let me call you guys back. I'm gonna make sure, see how things are going. All right, love you. I've seen that truck before. 36, 39. minutes left. Let's see what I can do. Give you an update here in a second. Come on, you stupid ass. Over, you fucking asshole.
Validate your rest break, which is not complete.
Why would you do
0
that?
hours and 52 minutes of remaining drive time.
Get out of the freaking lane when you're about to pass by trucks on the shoulder. Or anybody. Okay, so anyway, this guy, he's got two like bull horns for his air reservoir. I mean, his air compressor. It's basically the water separator for his air compressor, air reservoir. The one on the back works fine, but the one on the front doesn't work anymore, and it's because he ran over a tire carcass. And the tire carcass apparently did something to the core, the first one, and it's not easy to get back underneath there, I guess. I guess he tried to get under there, but not enough room, not really much room to work with, and he's already got a mechanic on the way. I guess I gave about an hour ETA. Time to work with, and I would have been likely to grab my gloves and climb underneath. And he's got little skirts on the bottom because he's in a Freightliner. He's got little skirts at the bottom that go all the way down. I mean, it only gives about a few inches of ground clearance. So you'd have to crawl in from behind the sleeper and then climb, basically. Crawl forward from there to get to it. And even then, I can't be sure I would have been able to do anything with it. I always laugh at this exit coming up, exit 327. Turkey. Reminds me of that Doofy character or whatever in which movie is that? Long Game Polly? It's one of those Ben Stiller movies. Which one is it? Before downtown Ontario. It's on the west side of town where I'm going to stop. I want to say it's exit 375 or something like that. I believe I'm about 46 or so miles any problems getting to the exit before I run, and to the truck stop before I run out of time. Exit 330, Cement Plant Road and Plano Road. Just running over a tire carcass from a truck. If he's out there for 15 minutes and can't get even a single 1 psi increase in his pressure, I can't say I blame him. The last thing he wants to do is have his pressure drop to about down into the 30 to 20 range, where the brakes will automatically pop on him. Hello. I sent one in. You received it because Fridays is when they send us the messages saying that these are the trips paying next week. Yeah, that's definitely a good resource. Yeah, the last time I scanned in a trip sheet, actually I used a truck stop transflow because there was more pages than I wanted to scan, and I think the system was still down. So yeah, I think I did it at the time when they were telling us to still use the truck stops. I am still driving about 40 miles from Ontario. Not today, but we probably won't be tomorrow either, but there's a chance we could after on the well. Yeah, there's a chance we could on the final day. Well, all right. You're at you have a parking spot at a truck stop now, or what? Uh, okay, you pick up that load tomorrow at 15 something. Why not cover those miles tonight after? Because you're on a 10-hour break right now, right? What if there's no truck stop? There is a truck stop up there because I've been to it. It's a few miles away from the shipper. And then yeah, so I get there make sure you get there by like about 4 a.m. or something, and then you can do a 10-hour day. Median too. Freightliner from what I can to drive at night anyway, right? Okay, did you sleep at it happens. Yeah, it happens. Taking the curve, kind of, I don't know, I couldn't tell what was going on there, but kind of looked like he swerved in and hit the median wall, and then went back out, and then over pretty much parallels I-80. It's a very common thing that was done with pretty much all the interstates. Yeah, a lot of the interstates generally tried to stay along U.S. highway routes. Like I-40 basically followed Route 66. Although Route 66 isn't an official U.S. highway anymore, it used to be. Now it's just considered a historical highway.
Indicted on murder charges in killing of Ahmaud Arbery. Atlanta, AP, 3 white men have been indicted on murder charges in the killing of Ahmaud Arbery, a black man fatally shot while running in a neighborhood near Georgia's coast. Prosecutor Joanne Holmes announced Wednesday that a grand jury has indicted Travis McMichael, Greg McMichael and William Roddy Bryan Jr. on charges including malice and felony murder in Arbery's death. This is another positive step, another great step for finding justice for Ahmaud, for finding justice for this family and the community beyond, Holmes said at a news conference outside the Glynn County Courthouse in Brunswick that was streamed online by news outlets. Arbery's death has often been invoked during protests against racial injustice that have broken out across the nation since George Floyd's death last month under a white Minneapolis police officer's knee. Arbery's death also fueled a renewed push for a state hate crimes law in Georgia, which state lawmakers passed on Tuesday. Lawyers for the McMichaels have cautioned against a rush to judgment and have said the full story will come out in court. The lawyer for Bryan has maintained that his client was merely a witness. Arbery was slain Feb 23 when the Greg and Travis McMichael, a father and son, armed themselves and pursued the 25-year-old black man running in their neighborhood. Greg McMichael told police he suspected Arbery was a burglar and that Arbery attacked his son before being shot. Arbery's family has said he was out for a jog. Bryan lives in the same subdivision, just outside the port city of Brunswick. Bryan said he saw the McMichaels driving by and joined the chase. A Georgia Bureau of Investigation agent Richard Dial testified earlier this month at a probable cause hearing.
25 miles.
It wasn't until May 7, 2 days after Bryan's cell phone video leaked online and stirred a national outcry, that the McMichaels were arrested. Bryan was arrested on May 22, and an arrest warrant said he tried to confine and detain Arbery without legal authority by utilizing on
Wow. Yesterday. That's funny. Yeah, yeah. I ended up just deadheading over there from the loves that I was at, and then they they loaded me fast because I checked in right when they opened up at 7, and then I said, "Oh, I go around to the basically around the west end of the building, and then go around up the back and dock into either doors, one or two." And okay, to get back there, the guy's already waiting for the guy on the forklift is already waiting for me with his with the dock plate thing because it was an outdoor dock. And yeah, so he had one of them forklift, mobile dock plates that he was going to put across, and um, yeah, I wasn't even docked in for 30 minutes. I thought I was going to like a 30-minute break or some shit while I was there. Nope, my 8-hour clock was running the whole time. Yeah. Uh, nah, and from Olathe, I assume you're going to California or something. Oh, Towson. Okay. Oh, all right. I think I've been. I think I might have been to that one. I don't remember. Oh, pick up. Yeah, so you probably took I-40 over to 77 from Winston-Salem area, and then yeah, and then you went up through what's that town over in West Virginia? I always like stopping there too. There's a service plaza in West Virginia on 77. Yeah, it takes you up into Tennessee. Oh, yeah, yeah. I think I know where you're. I think yeah, but why would you want to? What? Yeah, well, I always get Roanoke and Richmond mixed up. One of them's on 81, and the other one's on 85. Right where 85 and 95 meet up. 77. Yeah. See, that's what I figured you did. It was 74 to 77 or something. Yeah, you probably got on 74 over by Winston Salem or wherever. I think that's what it is. Yeah. And for my 30, where is it, around the 322 or so. Yeah, basically east of Baker City. Checked on him, and I had about probably a good 15, 20 minutes or so to spare at the time. But then, yeah, it's good. figuring on having at least a good 10 minutes left by the time I get there. Right? Right? Speed limit. And everybody, the on ramp and off ramp traffic, but I also don't have to worry about holding everybody up. Pulling triples, you can't, he must be empty or light. But I'm cresting the hill now. I don't know. Then again, UPS trucks sometimes are faster than us. I like, I'll back off all the way to 45. And it's, all right, you want to hang out sniff my ass, you're going to be doing 45 for a while unless there's opening and traffic for you to go faster. I mean, to go around me. Or, yeah, purple truck coming up. Yeah, I'm streaming. And sometimes people like to know when it's a purple truck. It was a Peterbilt too. Um, anyway, I was gonna say the other thing I'll do is I'll get on the air and ask them if do I look like a dog to you? No. I was like, well, if I don't look like a dog to you, then what the hell are you doing sniffing my ass?
You have 0 hours and 14 minutes of remaining drive time.
Yeah, that's good. And that's in Wichita. Where the hell do we deliver to in Wichita? Oh, Farmland Foods. Okay. Yeah, Mountain Air. Yeah, I've heard of that. Mm-hmm. God damn it! These freaking cars. I'm gonna lose my momentum now because I'm. Oh, we're good. I was just I'm passing a wrecker pulling a truck and I was trying to avoid having to bleed off speed, waiting for his four wheelers to pass, and I ended up having to lose some speed just because of those four wheelers. One was just one of those frustrating situations. There, like, come on, I can wait patiently, but shit, I don't want to have to lose speed going up a hill. Yeah, and then I can't get my speed back. You cuss. I I'm gonna have to get just to mess with you, piss you off so much to get you to cuss, just so I can hear you cuss. Come on, do it, do it. All right, awesome. Uh, yeah, I'm familiar with that place. Oh yeah, they're a decent place. All right, cool. Have a good time. Enjoy the food there if you're able to. You too. I'll just say, I'll just say a certain anonymous source from this group told me by phone that there's a 76 station just a couple miles west of there. Like, right? And what's funny is I passed right by it after I picked up my load. Yeah. Um, all right, man. Oh man, that's funny. All right, you too. All right, bye. All right, 10 minutes left on my clock. Can he do it? Pretty sure I'll be all right. If I really get pinched, I can go to PC status once I'm there, once I'm stopped. Even if it just means getting around the corner and into a spot. Or I can hack off a couple minutes of my pre-trip. So I advise not doing that if you can avoid it. Because because that's one of the things that DOT, when they review your logs during a level 3 inspection, they can see which entries have been edited and not edited. And if you do a lot of editing of your logs, basically making changes to logs that makes them a little more suspicious of what you're up to. So if you just do legit, be legit, log what you do and do what you log, basically, and never don't make edits to your on-duty not driving time whenever possible. You're gonna draw a lot less attention. They're not gonna look. They're not gonna be get suspicious enough to take an extra close look at your logs just because they see a lot of edits in there. WFX trucks so far, and all of them have been pulling dry vans. away than I thought. Yeah, it is 374. State Route 201 to US 20 and US 26, Ontario and Vale, 1 mile. UPS, you getting ready to get off the freeway here? Is that why I'm gaining on you? UPS is getting off, but this minivan is. Can't have a sea of cars coming at me. Plenty of parking available over here at Love's. Up here before the light turns. I'm gonna park over here on work because I'm gonna come to this little place here anyway. Man, there's a JCT truck parked over here too. I always walk across the street with my mud. Right at 0 minutes left. Couldn't have timed that one anymore perfectly. Alright, I had to either restart Streamlabs or just use my tablet. See what the hell you guys been talking about. So I'll just go ahead and use my tablet since I'm here anyway. Seriously, get out of my way. They want to take it sweet. sweet ass time responded or anything. Alright, I'm showing 14 on mine there, but 11 here. Alright. Oh, let me turn off the audio. Alright, see what all did I miss. Alright, last thing I can actually read was my wife asking if she can call me. Crash Interstate 84 eastbound cleared now. But there was that rolled over truck that I did see. Face coverings may soon be required within Springfield city limits. Being a Yell Hell No fan. What about being a blue truck fan? Is that bad? No, not at all. My truck is a blue truck, so that's all good there, Argals. Checking to see if he can help a fellow Jason T. Alright. Never saw Along Came Polly. That's a good movie. Oh, that's what it was. Something About Mary. That's the one I was trying to think of. Along Came Polly is a good movie too, though, if you like Ben Stiller movies. But Something About Mary is also, yeah, that was a good one. Hola, Samuel. Thought I saw you on here earlier, but maybe not. There goes that dirty ass truck from JCT down the road. What up, Scott? Oh boy. Indeed, it's been 28 Celsius again today. That's 18. It's about 35 plus 50. That's about 85. That's not that warm. 85 degrees, 84, 85 degrees Fahrenheit. It's not even, that's cooler than it is here. It's 93 right now. You Brits in your freaking cold ass weather thinking it is, oh my god, it's hot. I burned it up. I'm sweating. Oh. Alright. Okay, anyway, I'm going to go ahead and shut off. I'll get a new stream going and yeah, I already shut this, so I'll probably reboot my phone too to see if this request is missing the valid API key crap goes away, because that whatever that is it doesn't affect your guys' ability to watch or listen to me, but it does affect my ability to interact with you guys. I have no idea what's. Last thing I ever saw on here on my phone was Scotty D saying JR and El Jefe also in Seattle area. And that was a few hours ago. So, alright, so time for me to head across, go get me a drink and some cash and come back over here and get me some food and be rolling again within the next between 30 and 60 minutes. I'll probably end up going from, let's see what I have. I got 4:47 on my clock, so yeah, I shouldn't have any problems making it to Snowville, Utah on the next on the next leg. Snowville is about 7 miles into Utah. It's about 275-mile trip across Idaho, which I'm almost to now. I'm only about 4 miles away from the Idaho border right now, so we'll just say right around 287. So it'll take me a little over 4 hours. I can darn near make it to Tremonton, Utah with what I have, but I'll probably plan on stopping in Snowville. Well, that'll be coming up in the next 30 to 60 minutes, alright guys? So we'll see you guys by then. Thanks a lot.